Well, Crickney, he certainly isn't alive right now. Title screen has great music, but none of the action. Let's get that fight going. Maybe a practice fight as we were, Britannia. Let's bring it down to 300. And we haven't had the joy of fighting the Khazate, so wang them in as the other one. I hope we're actually playing as the Britannians in this. I never checked to see which is our side. Well, these certainly look like ours. Heroes, picked warriors, and scouts. Well, morale shock, probably good for infantry.
Troops! Follow your sergeants!
Stream seems to be working alright. That's exactly what I want to hear. Well, if it wasn't working alright, it's not what I'd want to hear. But thank you. From what I can see, it seems to be working fine, so I'll believe you. What reason would he have to lie? Incredible sabotage. There's always that first bit of lag while the game is, I don't know, maybe first time loading up lots of units in a battle. God knows what it's trying to do. There we go. I'm helping. Got a few things as sad as a one-handed weapon on a horse. Tarkin Rex is clearly drunk. He comes in saying, "Why not lie?" Caps lock has undone me. They probably even sounded that guttural. Morning, Kaiser. Wait a second, Kaiser, what are you doing up now? Isn't it 4 AM where you are? Is it time for some early morning? Holy crap. Well, they sure did me in. Follow your sergeants, figure it out, and take out those Khazates. Oh, cribbins, right, well. This sword ain't lasting long. Yeah, this shield ain't lasting long. Good, they give up. Cowards. Oh, jeez. Yeah, being controlled by me is not much of a blessing. Also, good to actually see up close what makes the Batarian scouts so bad. Weak, poorly armored. Their horse is really poorly armored as well. It's nothing at all like an Imperial Cataphracts or a Vlandian Knight. Yeah, look at this paltry amount of damage. Why would you ever use a scout over a Fian or even an Oathsworn? Okay, well the countdown timer is well, yeah, it's almost over. It's got a cheeky minute in it left. Nice of the F10 mode to prefer giving you a horseback rider. Yeah, from what I can see, the Battanian scouts are really weak to horse archers. Again, small shield, crummy armor, crummy horse, just crummy. Using an axe is kind of cool. Those are picked warriors, not Oathsworns. Doesn't look like you get highest tier units when playing in the free mode. God, I like that. See the guys with the square shields. Who are they? Are they just spear infantry? I'll get closer and get a read on them. You are spear infantry, but what about the guys who don't have that cool square shield? could have sworn some of them have kite shields. Perhaps I was imagining things. Oh yeah, I think I just saw it from... Oh no, no, look at this guy. Not like all the others. Anyway, that is really cool. I love Tower Shield. Probably because it reminds me of playing Xenonauts and using, well, any of those shields. Worry not, the war's not over. We still have a shield war of picked warriors, and they're not Fians, but they are heroes. Actually, hero is only tier 4, I think. Fian is 5, and Fian champion is 6. Still, they have longbows, and they're doing God's work out there. Wish I could say they were the same for the rest of the army, though. Eesh. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't notice a spear on the spear infantry either. Where are they at? Here you are. And we have the power to pause thanks to this mod. I see a sword. I see a tower shield. Do they have anything else? This bears investigation when we're in the game. Oh, Britannia, Britannia. Well, that is sad. But also not our problem, because we're not in our game right now. Right, tested and looking good. Let's get back to it then. Oh man, why did I ever actually stop playing? Right, we finally got a kingdom. This is where I want to do everything that I've been born to do. Let's go back to it. Save game. Chat campaign 8. We even see our change in color here because we have our own one. The assertion went well. First time trying it, worked out great. Was it fortune? Well, it certainly wasn't pre-planning. I certainly planned to kill Caladog and take his lands, but I had no idea that ejecting people would work as well as it did. Destroying Britannia already was the cherry on top. For you see, my plan was actually to leave Britannia and do it in such a way where you keep all your fiefs, which puts you at war with your former kingdom and makes all the people hate you. But this, well, this is alright. This is a whole lot better. Right, Britannia is gone. We are now the faction of Balaton. Very fitting, because we're around a lake. A very high up lake, for what it's worth. And what is our situation? Well, we're weak. We're really... Wait, it says we have a massive amount of strength. That doesn't seem right. I thought we were incredibly weak. All we have is me. Are you saying that I am stronger than all the other clans that we had? I'm not sure that's updated, right? In any case, we won't be able to be everywhere, and our clans won't be able to help out, because there are no clans. There are only us. We're at war with the people of the north, the Sturgians, and since we are fresh and new and weak, probably others want to declare war on me too. Now, there is a good option. We could pay them off, but the big caveat is that I have 0 influence thanks to having started out our new kingdom. We have this settlements buildings +6 to influence. I guess I didn't know that before, but some settlements give influence. That's actually going to be very handy for accumulating it over time. Of course, I won't keep all the settlements. I do plan on keeping Maranath, Senon, Dunglanis, Kar, Benzith, and Pen Cannock, because it's all glorious Botanian lands, but I do consider the others superfluous. And if there is a need to sell them off, I shall, but only if there's a need. I will probably never be able to have any more settlements for myself, because the moment you have other clan members, it's going to prefer them for giving it away, but hey-ho. Make your own clans of blackjack and hookers. Again, very expensive. You need a lot of influence to do that. Aren't I able to, say, do that with Greasy Miller? Here we go. So, if I wanted to reward him for his practices, because he has shed blood for me, and he deserves a fief of his own, the settlement's ownership will be decided through voting. I don't know what that means. Different location, different location, different location. Ah, here we go. I could give him Maranatha Pen Cannock. Don't know why it doesn't show the other options, but whatever. I want to give him Pencannock, perhaps. But I need 500 influence. The money I can certainly get, but 500 influence? I'm going to need to survive and or fight for a good long time to get it. And I will. With no other clans to interfere, you could pass laws of impunity. I don't think anybody would be opposing me right now. But you're right. We should take advantage of what we can do on our own first. But we need to do it quickly. And unfortunately, I need to remain at war to build up influence. So my plan is to keep one war going at a time. Hopefully smash the armies. If things look really bad, I can pay them off. But again, another problem. Paying them off would cost influence. And again, I need that influence. So we have to hope that this war against Sturgia goes particularly well. And I plan for it to go particularly well. It's times like this that we need to remember the man who put us all here. Good old Caladog. He died in battle at 1091 at the tender age of 46. He was reputed to be no better friend, no worse enemy. What a terrific man, taken from us all too soon. I wonder what he'd want me to do here and now today. I think I'm getting something. What's that? Chatterlord? You would want me to dance? Well, I suppose I could. Be it your will, I suppose we can. Well, I guess our fights are going to be put on the back burner because we have to honor the man's wishes and get around to some glorious DDR. It's been long. It's been way too long.
Tell me, who do you think you see? You're standing in your corner, looking out on me. You think I'm so predictable.
Great theme tune for our new kingdom. Now, I'd love it if we could just seamlessly bounce into that, but sadly now I need to set up some things first and foremost. Changing what we have on Twitch. See, if Twitch could just store title changes at the touch of a button, that would make all this a whole lot better for me. Switch it over to Stepmania. Get rid of all of that. And get rid of the game. Sorry, it was a fake out. Oh, well, not sorry. I love doing fake outs. Why would I ever apologize for that? You got me good, says Greeting. Well, I think it was when Marvin said that Bannerlord consumes all. And I was thinking, yeah, it is consuming all. You know, I've got the setup for DDR and I haven't played it since I moved in. I've been here for a week and no DDR. That just ain't right. Made me think there'd be no better fake out than faking away from Bannerlord. Holy moly, that's loud for me. Right, this is my go-to song for making sure things look and sound okay, so let's give it a quick spin. Oh, I've missed playing DDR. You know, some people can play DDR whenever they want and choose not to. It's bizarre. Oh, hang on. I can already tell you something we've got wrong here. I always scroll in my chat so that I can actually read it while I'm playing. And slightly reposition and Gucci. Time to get the ice cream and get into bed, says Tarkin. He says that every hour of every day. Some say he spends 5 minutes of every hour out of his bed and not covered in ice cream. He doesn't even eat it. Now this is an easy song, nothing to it. But I just play it to make sure that the pad works fine, that you can see me, that you can hear me, and that you can hear the game. DDR is the single hardest game to get the setup for because it just has everything. You're quite a bit quiet compared to the music, Jake. Easily solved. If you tell me that now, then yes, easily solved. Let's bring you down. I don't know if your soldiers will be impressed by this display. I don't know, Battanians strike me as the kind of people that would follow a leader that can dance. We've all seen that Olaf comic. Never mess with a commander. Oh crap, my door's open. Let's have the neighbors perving in, shall we? I have yet to find a DDR machine in Hungary. No, that's not true. There's a really banged up machine in Budapest. In central Budapest there is an arcade. Really poorly maintained. I don't know why anyone would go there, but everything looks somewhat trashed and not maintained for at least 10 years. I went there because every time I'm in a new city, I always check to see if there's an arcade. Most impressed I've ever been was probably Krakow. Some guy ran this underground arcade chock full of machines, and of course, you could just pay entry and play for as long as you wanted. Oh my days, I was a happy bunny there. I tell you, a problem for me is that I'm further away from the computer than I normally would be in Stockholm, so the chat's a little hard to read. I wonder if I could... Right, I think we can do this. Chop you here. And... there we go. I don't get a lot of chat on screen at any one time, but at least I can read it. Arcades aren't and weren't a big thing in this part of Europe. I'm surprised you even managed to find one that's still operating. Well, like most arcades that are able to still operate, of course they serve booze, which might contribute to the banged up machines problem. Okay, no plans for this, it's just playing. This is the first time I've done DDR in the new place. I didn't even test it to set it up. So I'm just playing singles, and I'm just playing random songs in a playlist. Nothing too strenuous, because I would probably keel over and die if I had to do some insane doubles routine. Of course I'll take requests, as long as those requests aren't going to kill me, so I'm not going to jump into max 300 from the get-go, but what will I do? Jump into 2014 JP. This one's got a lot of terrible songs in it, but... just get the cringe out of the way. Moonlight Shadow. That song is horrible on doubles, but I don't think it's so bad on singles. Where's my fan? There we go. Now let's have young medium from the get-go. Normally I go low, medium, high on the fan just to follow up with things getting harder. So if by chance you only just started following around after the Bannerlord, this is where the DDR in my name comes from. I've always had DDR as my handle. Ever since I started using the internet back in a long time ago. I gotta hand it to young Jake, he had a good idea. I want to use my real name online, but, you know, I'm never going to just get Jake everywhere. And then I thought, hang on, I like DDR. And hey, if I call myself DDR Jake, most of my name is in capital letters, and capital letters means cool. Brilliant logic, young Jake. Brilliant, faultless logic. Not too shabby. This is taking grave dancing to a whole... I didn't think of it that way. Some people want to dance held in their honor when they die. And I bet Caladog would. I fought by his side on the final battle. I know his last words. Right, what else we got? Yeah, I like you, Hyena, but maybe not this early. Let's break myself in a bit, shall we? Caladog might be fine with dancing, but the Weebery might be a bit much. Alright, we'll find that Moonlight Shadow then, shall we? Title. Scroll back for M. Oh, I'm in the middle of S. Right. Gonna be a lot of S songs. M-O. Now, it's not particularly hot today. At least I don't think so. It's hard to tell. The insulation on this house is otherworldly. But it's probably better to get into this early so that the climatization for as it gets hotter here as I play DDR won't be quite so bad. LMNOP. Moon. I think that's the one. It's entirely possible that I turned the music down too much, so don't hesitate to tell me if it's not quite right. Always better to ping me though. I can only see 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, a little over a dozen lines of chat because it's so zoomed in. Jake, you call insulation otherworldly, we call it standard. You have to understand, I'm from Britain. So I was always baffled at just how badly we build houses in Britain. We've conquered more of the world than any other civilization has ever done, but we can't figure out how to build a goddamn dwelling. Well, one of my friends has had a host of jobs giving him a variety of esoteric skills, but in it he explained that the reason we build such really crappy houses is because we had a thing called British gas. A non-standard and dirtier gas. So for our safety, we made sure to always use single glazing and punch all these drafty holes into our houses. Because, you know, this dirty gas we use, we've got to give it a chance to seep out. You know, just like all the heat that we use to make it. Ultimately, this doesn't tell us anything that we didn't already know. British are terrible. There we go, I've already earned myself 81% of a ripe mango. And I do love mangoes. Kaiser puts in a request for Butterfly. Hard to turn down a request from a man who's more gun than human. Be you, Butterfly. So many butterflies. It's the most standard looking one. How'd be you? Oh, I have mango ice cream, says Tarkin. Right, Tarkin. Give us a half-decent paragraph about you and ice cream. What flavors do you like? What's your favorite? What can you not stand? What do you never buy? What's your favorite brands? Come on. Paint me that mental image. I'll read it out for all of us to enjoy together. Shall I ship you? Don't ship me stuff. Trying to have fewer things, not more things. God, every time I play DDR, I'm just filled with this feeling of this feels so good. Why do I not do this more often? Just like everything except for one bottle of Pedverin whiskey, the DDR maps made the journey easily. driver didn't even bat an eye at them being transported. Of course, given that he'd already carried my quarter-ton gym setup, I'd be surprised if he had the strength left to bat an eye. Ah, Mars bar. Plebeian of the candy race, but plebeians make up the masses. Hold on, I need a bit of silence for this one. I love cookies and min ice cream or any fruit flavor, but I'll eat just about everything. The only flavor I don't like is caramel. Can't stand it. I don't know, anyone can eat burnt sugar and enjoy it. The secret to good caramel is that you're not burning it. You keep stirring it to avoid burning it. On the other hand, I love caramel. Homemade caramel, the best caramel. There was another request after Butterfly. What was it? I think it was Heaven was a 57. Heaven is a 57, says Sinaj. And I think Orlov says that it's very quiet on the music. I'll bring it back up a bit. Like I said, audio balance when playing DDR, it is tough. It'd be handy if I had the setup like I had at Paradox, or someone else can manage with that. I was hesitant to relinquish power over the streaming setup in Paradox, but hey, they did a good job. Better than I did by a long way. Yeah, I know my alphabet. E before O. E, hero, hero, hero. Heel toe, heat stroke. Heaven is a 57. Fun song. It's a song that I've overplayed throughout my illustrious DDR career, but I still like it. Things are cliche because they're based on fact. Mint is for chewing gum and toothpaste. I will eat mint ice cream, but I wouldn't choose it. Similarly, I'm not a big fan of fruity ice cream. I mean, fruit ice cream is for sorbet. And I don't like sorbet, it's too icy. It reminds me of when you have ice cream that has been fully melted and then refrozen. You know how it all crystallizes? Yeah, no thanks to that. But hey, that just means if we got a vast collection of ice cream flavors, we'd be able to share them with no harm, no fuss. You know, the thought occurs that might be people watching now who don't know how this game works. But there's very little esoteric nature about DDR. Arrows fly up. You hit them when they're on the corresponding flashing arrow at the top. They follow the beat, so you too can follow the beat. Or if you're like me and you suck at rhythm, just look at the arrows. And then the long green ones you just hold down. Jake, you missed a few. A few arrows? Yeah, it's bound to happen. I haven't played DDR in months. Right, there was some kind of like Dragon Dis Die. What was it? Melted and refrozen ice creams at War Crown. Yeah, but some really cheap shops turn off their freezers at night and turn them back on in the morning. Ugh. It's overplayed for me too, but I only know Extreme 1 and 2, so my pool of songs is small. Ah. Yeah, but Extreme had a very large... Here it is. It's Dragostedin Te. And I might not do that, because that song doesn't just put a copyright through a video, it usually just acts as the whole video. Was it Dagon or Dragon? Okay, I need to check the spelling again. Oh, if it's a Numa Numa song, absolutely not. Anything that has Numa Numa in it just gets hammered so hard. So, no. I don't even think it's on my list. I would have removed it. What the hell is it called again? Dragoste. Dragoste. Let's see. Oh, element of PQR. Oh, wow. Absolutely not. I need to remove that song. It's so bad for DMCA. But there is a demand for Caramel Dancin', which strangely enough doesn't hit so hard. Caramel. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. Yeah. Where's Caramel Dancin'? You know what? This is close enough. I like this song. It sounds so much like it's from the heart.
This is my first attempt at a
Oh man, I could do with a hug from a cat.
video. I'm nervous.
Been away from my animals for quite some time. Last time I saw them would have been,
I'm just gonna start talking
about a year ago.
I love cats. I love every kind of cat. I just want to hug all of them, but I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat.
Anyway, I am a cat lover and
Shall I ship you a cat? Absolutely not. I mean, I just sometimes get up and go. There's no way I could trust myself to have an animal in my care. I mean, first I'd get a family, then a cat. Well, not just a cat, I'd get a few cats. And dogs. Or better yet, just have a friend that lives nearby and has those animals.
sorry.
Be that insufferable friend that comes over just to play with the animals.
I love every kind of cat. I just want to hug all of them, but I can't hug every cat.
One of my friends is so self-centered, he got a baby. Can't play with a baby like you can with a cat.
Anyway,
I am a cat lover and I love to run. I'm so happy about cats again. I really love cats. But I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat.
Oh hey Dark Young, this might be a new game to you, it's called DDR.
Every cat.
You step on the arrows as they come up the screen. It might be a little complicated, so yeah, don't feel ashamed and emasculated by it. I know I don't. I mean, you can't play with a baby like a cat, but most people don't treat their children like... Most people don't like their children being treated like that. Well, then everybody wins. Is there a reason lines 14 to 32 and 1459 are hidden? Maybe. I have no idea, I haven't maintained that sheet in years. Let me check. Don't mind me. What is even in those lines? Be a very bizarre place to hide all my deepest, darkest secrets. On those lines are where the bodies are buried. Let's have a look. Oh, I think I know. It's a... Yep, I hid Fishlet's recommendations. I don't know why, but I did. Maybe I didn't include them. Maybe I went through them and thought they were terrible, or maybe I haven't gone through them yet. Something like that. The fall of Constantinople made a deep scar to this day. I don't get it. Oh, I get it now. That's clever. That's very clever. Right, Frozen Kaiser has not a shred of originality, so he requests Bad Apple. Baby back Bad Apple. Bizaboo Jake, yes. All of my actions playing Grand Strategy have pointed towards me being a Bizaboo. I'm guessing you've been making some mad crap talking, guessing by the 2 pings to come and watch. No. Well, just that last one. I mean, imagine this community giving people a hard time for betraying the idea of put up or shut up. Unthinkable. That was a really terrible opening by me. I'm surprised I'm keeping this combo. Perhaps I shouldn't smack talk bad apple until I full combo it. Such a good feeling. The sweat starts to develop on the forehead, you can feel the heart racing. When it gets to the point where breathing in starts feeling like eating, yeah, you're in a good place. And I don't mean physically, I mean like it feels like nourishment. I misstepped that one. I'm glad I kept it. Those long green arrows, you need to hold them down. So it plants a foot in one place. Plant the wrong foot and you're going to have to contort. Is that a full combo? I think it is. Not bad. B for befool combo. Nice. Well, that was fun, says Jared. But I can't stand this type of music. I'm gonna fire up Chatterlord. Oh, that's funny. A reasonable question might be, will there be Bannerlord? And yes, there will be. I'll do DDR until I'm a crumbling, sweaty mess. Maybe, but not explicitly, take a shower. Hell yeah, I'm gonna play this. Wait, is there a difference between these two? Man, I need to get rid of my duplicates. But yes. There will most likely be Well, yeah, there will be Bannerlord later. Hopefully I'm in the right frame of mind for it. What's with the arrows that go off the top of the screen, not breaking a combo? So, there are ratings: perfect, great, good, almost, and miss. Almost and miss break your combos. Goods used to break combos, but in modern DDR they do not. To accommodate for that, the timing windows got tighter. But goods still go off the top, as if to say, apply yourself. Like that one there. I've never been the kind of person to play for score, or even combo. I just play for survival. Oh man. I gotta make a mental note not to play this song. It just sounds awful. Wish we had an engine here for a live translation of it though. Ah! Cosmic Brownie. That's right, Orlov. There is no Japanese for bass drop. Man, that fan needs to go on high already. I only have a fan, I don't have my air conditioner set up yet. I haven't figured out a satisfactory setup for it. Normally I sling it out the window, but most of the windows in this place have bug netting set up from corner to corner. I doubt the landlord would appreciate me cutting through that. But I don't know. My heatsink is very long, I could throw out one of the other windows that don't. Do you have anything from Katamari on the list? I don't know. I haven't memorized all 1400 songs, you'll have to check the list. At least you can control F. I don't think I've ever played this. Let's give it a go. Big Girls Don't Cry. Really? I thought there was a linear correlation between girls' size and crying. Can confirm there is. Well, there we go. I read it on the internet. Ah, damn. I tried a technique I liked and it didn't work. When there's a jump, you can use one foot to quickly step on both arrows, one after the other. If you do it fast enough, it still registers as a jump. But I did not. But I won't cry about it. There's a significant lack of crying in this song. Probably just as well, I am no good with crying people. If somebody starts crying on me, I get up and leave the room. I am no good with that, oh, they're there, it'll be better. Here's a lot of soothing comments about how you're right and everyone else is wrong. Yeah, no. One time I was going out running, and this girl I lived with, let's not name names because she might be watching. She says, well, she'd been saying that she wants to join me on the running, so I'm all kitted out and I'm like, alright, let's go. And she goes, yeah, nah, not gonna join me. She never joined me. And then I grabbed her stomach and I said, well, if this is still here next summer, don't come crying to me. And of course she broke down in tears and I just went out for my run. A fond memory. That happened over 10 years ago. I still remember it today. It's a bit of a heartwarming memory. So, hope you're still out there and maybe running, Abigail, not real name. Yeah, let's try building to you. Yes, heartwarming. It was for me. See, it was so heartwarming that Finboy wants to listen to it every night before bed. I don't think she ever joined me for DDR either. What the hell did she do with her life? I am 90% sure that the advanced map just shifted a bit. I feel like I'm turned about 10 degrees to the right. Yes, certainly. Yeah. Fortunately, done. Oh yeah, wow, I'm way off. I think years of use and abuse have made this non-slip match rather slippy. In fact, didn't I stop using this back in Stockholm? Because it ended up being worse than good. Yeah, we'll stick with it. Ascension Jake. No, Ascalon. Oh. I'm a little hesitant about Dark Young's choices because they're probably horrible by now. LMNOPQRS. I'd love to, but I don't appear to have it. Unless this is Ascalon. But I'm... Well, no. No, it's definitely not. Sounds like Ascalon to me. Could be. It's a 13-footer. That'll definitely add some sweat beads to the forehead. Well, I am quite knowledgeable about what is too hard for me, Young, and I'm not afraid to give them a go on stream and loudly voice my incapabilities. Now, I'm not saying that makes me the bigger man. Such things are too self-evident. Oh, ribbons, okay. I definitely shifted there. Holy crap, I hope that's just front-loaded difficulty. Yeah, this song front loads the exhaustion. Can really reduce the steam for the rest of the song. Oh, but it's a short song. Okay, well, thank God for that. There we go. I think in this day and age, referring to something as making you more or less of a man is probably not considered PC. But hey, I remember it from back in school. The vice rector called everyone together and say, "Oh, who stole the sweeties from the junior classroom? You know, if you come forward now, it'll make you more of a man." And I still remember that well because the guy who did it was the kind of guy who was really concerned about macho appeal. And he did come forward, so, you know, learned a valuable lesson there. Bullying people about their manhood works and is good. Never stop bullying. Katamari Damacy OST, says Devil Danger. Do I have that? I swear, if you're sending me onto something I don't have here. I don't have a lot of KAs. And I'm not seeing any Katamari Damacy OSTs. Are you even looking at the song list? It's in the title, Dad. I don't like calling you Dad. Let's go with Double Danger. Yeah, I think the Rector knew who did it. He just needed them to come forward. You need to bring back the non-stop 100. You're not wrong there. The reason I don't is because I'm pretty sure I would do very, very poorly at it. But that's terrible reasoning, isn't it? Yeah, I'll bring back the non-stop 100. As long as you're not in it. Right, I'm not seeing any recommendations, so I want to go over the max. It'd be great for chat. Here you are. Oh, it's over the period. I love this song. It just sounds so evil. Like the kind of evil that knows that it's going to lose, but it's got to put on a good show anyway. Let's have it. Don't be fooled by the slow speed, or you'll be the fool. The slower the speed, the harder the timing. That is why Bag, despite being one of the slowest songs, is a 10-footer. It's a rare day that I can clear Bag. God, I love this song. There's a subtle speed change here. Usually throws me. And you might reasonably thinking, wow, isn't it hard to read the arrows with all that stuff in the background? The answer might surprise you, it really is. I'm on mobile right now, I can't check it out. What are you talking about? Google Sheets are surprisingly good to use on mobile. Maybe you can't access the title from there. Oh boy! Done. We're done here. Oh boy. Feeling that in my bits. Doesn't help that yesterday was a lift day. Wouldn't be so bad if it was just the upper body, but it was deadlifts yesterday. Clues in the name for how I feel. Okay, I checked this time, so Slime Dragon. Every time we touch, please. Sounds like a command. Every time we touch, please. Holy moly! This is the ultimate grinding on the high school dance floor song. Actually, when did this come out? Well, I'm sure that sentence applies somewhere. Kaiser, you're still a kid. What year was this? 2005. Yeah! Hey, I liked it. And I still like it.
You know, one of these days, someone I actually went to school with is going to be in chat and call me out for all the crap that I smack about school days. But until that day, I'll keep running my mouth. I burnt most of those bridges anyway. One of the few guys I still hung out with after high school. Well, he was plagued with cancer, so it's maybe a coin flip on him being around. But he was great. Well, let's not say was, he might still be alive. He'd appreciate it though, he was always cracking jokes about it. We played a lot of Monster Hunter together. He'd be like, haha, let's kill this monster like cancer kills. I appreciated that humor. Evidently. Gallows humor to the max. Oh, come on. Laughing about it's a lot better than the alternative, I assume. Oh god, I hate Exotic Ethnic. This song is really, really draining. There's nothing overly complicated about it. It's just a lot of very fast standard steps and you were given no time to breathe. But I can't moan about it and not give it a go, so... Sometimes I watch my old DDR videos and I play it super fast and just smirk at how much the dance mat moves around under my feet. But it's like Sam Vine said, you have little brains in your feet, they know what they're up to. Okay, let's not talk, this song is hardcore. It's good for training for Arabayata though. If you're having trouble with Arabayata, play this song 10 times in a row. Let's go. All right. Too tired to even slab squat. C for can't be beat. Oh, that's good. That is good. I'd open the window to cool down, but I'm quite certain it's hotter out there than it is in here. Well, this is why we sweat. Wow, your words cut deep, techno. But there are almost no songs that I've ever 100%ed. Caladog wouldn't be out of breath already, yeah, but I'm not taking the arrows to the head here. Nor am I as spiffingly dressed. Good techno. Regrets are heavy, don't let them weigh you down. Captain Jack, Grand Elrix, great choice. Unfortunately for me, Much like Exotic Ethnic, it's a fast, relentless 9. I've almost finished my bottle already. 100% I'll need to fill that up after this song, but let's go. You see Salty Tempest, there's a reason for that. One of the few esoteric things about DDR is that at some point, I can't remember when, I think early 2010s, there was a restructuring of difficulty. The old scale went from 1 to 10. But there started being songs made that were a lot harder than existing 10s. They started getting called 10 pluses. And then there were unofficial mods to add extra difficulty settings for it. Eventually, Konami redid the difficulty scaling from 1 to 20, where 20 is a hypothetical level of difficulty that last time I checked doesn't exist yet. And I think some 19s have never been perfected, but I could be out of date with that. That one's for you, Captain Jack. He died partying. What a way to go. So, what I'm getting at is, this song is a 9 on the old scale, where 9 was the second hardest difficulty. On the modern scale, it's a 13. Which makes sense, because most things that were a 10 are now a 14 or a 15 or a rare 16. Things got a lot wibbly wobbly with that difficulty shift. And a lot of my step chart things that I've got here, I've had since like 2004. You better believe those weren't updated. Holy mokes, maybe I shouldn't talk and instead focus on a bit of breathing. Take this one for example, it's called a 10, but you can see from the pentagram on the left hand side of the screen, it's tiny, no chaos, low stream, moderate voltage, low air. Compare that to Captain Jack. Yeah, Captain Jack steps all over that one. Alright, yeah, we've been stuck on this DDR song list for some... No, we aren't. We're on alphabetical. That's why things feel weird. Version then. Let's get out of this, which is probably DDRJ. Oh, it's DDRA. Huh. I really like this one. I had to get it off of Fishy or Pizza when they played it because I thought it was cool. I like the voice on this very old person. Although I'm not sure if they exist, they might be a Vocaloid. Hard to tell these days. And I forgot to get water. Forget that. Something happened there, something weird. Rayol is Olev. She's very real. But Kaiser, you have a very tenuous grip on reality. I can't really trust you. Especially on matters of what is real and not. I don't know what it is about that voice, but I really like it. Whoa, that tricked me. Oh, she can speak English. Just like Tattoo. I will concede, this is a nice, slower song, so nice for getting the breath back. There we go, I'm suitably cooled down, but it'll be better when I fill this up. I did talk about getting a mini fridge right next to my streaming setup in the future, but the kitchen is right there. It's a difficult thing to justify. Plus, it gives me a chance to cough and wheeze and gasp for breath in the other room without seeming like I'm dying on stream. Let's go for this one. This is a step chart created by someone called Eku, who I used to know online. I haven't spoken to him in forever. Don't know if he's still playing DDR or not. And I got nowhere to go with that. Sadly, we didn't pass the Britannian policy to eat the heart of our former ruler. But it probably wouldn't be difficult to mold that into the game. Something like new rulers eat the heart of their predecessor, gaining 20% of their stats. Meaning if they had, say, a total of 20 charisma, vitality, etc., etc., you'd get a +4. A death basket, if you will. And people would love it because it's just a cheaty power-up. It would have to come with a downside, like plus 20% chance of ruler dying overrides the setting for no player deaths. So, a straight up boost for people that play on the manly mode, but for wimps that say no player death, suddenly they gotta tread those sieges a little lighter. Woe betide my old classmate, who thought he could translate DDR skills to real-life dance floor. Now I cannot dance to save my life on the dance floor, unless it's Kaylee dancing, in which case sign me up. But I do think you could translate it. DDR tends to give a good bit of spatial awareness, stamina, energy. You wouldn't tell it looking at me, but I'm sure it does. You'd actually need to combine that with some actual picking up of dancing skills. Holy mother of mercy, this freaking song. Now I love Max Generations, but I never have and doubt I ever will beat this song. We haven't had a failure so far, so let's really show what it's like. Marisa wa taihen na mono wo no suda. Marisa stole the thing. The important thing, I think. So another guy I used to know online, but I actually knew in the meat sphere as well. He's from Dundee. Used to go for DDR meetups there. Because at the time... Holy crivens, that was pathetic. Dundee used to have the best DDR machine in all of Scotland. Unfortunately, this was before the smoking ban, so it was on the top story of a very smoke-filled bar club thing. And surprisingly, it was packed. I mean, the DDR area was packed. Why hordes and hordes of townies would want to play DDR is beyond me, but they did. And if that place wasn't absolutely full of tobacco smoke, I would have appreciated it. But oh my god, that was debilitating. I don't know how they managed it. Dundee, what a beautiful city full of smart, wonderful people like me. Yeah, I wouldn't even give you half of one of those. Okay, I don't know where my head was there. I couldn't even make the steps. But I do want to try. I want to give this a proper try. I can't beat it. I've never beaten it. Whoa, even when I was at my best of DDR, I couldn't clear 20% of this song. Kitty is doubtlessly being facetious. Dundee is scum D for a reason, but it has some nice outer areas. Ha! Much better. Come on! Oh boy. It's just so much. It doesn't stop. I mean, that felt like something like 40 seconds. And that was almost 400 arrows. That obviously can't be true. That would be a lot of arrows per second, right? But hey, look on the bright side. I can regain what I'm shedding through the power of spiders. Yeah, you get tucked away to the corner again. That performance there is testament to why I don't tend to start with very, very hard songs. It's just like a gut punch, and you're carrying it for quite a while afterwards. If anything, I prefer hard songs really late when you're already exhausted, because your body is kind of accustomed to the exhaustion by that point. It's not like you can do much more damage. Right, Marissa stole the important thing. Title, hey, what's chain? I recall the steps on this being pretty poor. Which sounds horrible to say because it was a custom song sent, but I don't think it was that great. Alright, you wanted Maria, I believe, right? Of course you did. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, it feels so good to be playing DDR again. Property hunting is a surprisingly sedentary task. I have played thousands of games by now, and DDR remains my favorite game of all. Because there's yet to be another game that gives me this feeling. It's not just the physical movement, plenty of games have that these days, but it's that physical movement where you kind of feel the whip cracking or the chasing wolves behind you. It's just a special feeling of if I stop, I am done. Whoa now. A little dizzy there. Not scared of spiders. I have way too bad reaction time to play this game, but I do enjoy having it played. Tech tips, that sounds like a poor Shadowwood excuse. Surely by playing this you would develop better reaction time and become a bigger, better person for it. Actually, depending on your application of DDR, you might end up smaller for it. My calves have never gone down to regular levels ever since I started playing this though. Agitori was there. Yeah. Considering how many anime questions there were, it was a little surprising. Maybe it's because most Touhou stuff is completely made up of fan fiction, right? Canon fan fiction? I think so. I tried to get into Touhou, it didn't work. I mean, it's just like it's like Eastern Team Fortress 2. Monogender, bullet hell, crave of hats and memes. Have you made songs? Never. It's kind of like Max 3. It's kind of like Caesar 3. Love the game, played it a bunch. Nah, never made content for it. Is that selfish? Probably. Yeah, why the hell not? You know, we've had a bit too much Eastern stuff. Let's get some good old Western stuff. Come on, Disney. What is this? Song 26. Okay. If this were the non-stop 100, we'd just be getting warmed up. Has Pizza been playing DDR lately? He normally streams when I'm asleep, so I'd be none the wiser. No! Don't treat your DDR pad like a dog. You got that thing for life. Why does this feel like the initial D version of Mickey Mouse? Okay, right, I hope my fan is already on high. It is already on high. Let's wheel you a little closer, shall we? I need that blasting right on me. It's always fun to watch the increase in ambient temperature of the room while I play DDR. It's gone up 2 degrees so far. Frozen Kaiser showing his supreme taste in music by requesting the Gorillaz. Oh, it's called Feel Good, not Gorillaz Feel Good. Phew. Kinda wish I had more Gorillaz songs on this. Because the only one we have is kind of easy. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I would ever be so exhausted I couldn't beat Gorillaz. Even if I were literally on the floor from a previous exhausting song. This song is just so autopilot. And I have been on the floor. I don't know what song preceded it, but there was an endless run where I got to Bangarang and I was done. But fortunately Bangarang has quite a long opening before the steps started, so I was able to summon what energy was left and continue dancing. Of course, one of the problems of autopiloting is you tend to miss easy steps like that. Takako is getting tired just watching. Not a good sign. One not very well held secret is that I'm actually not very good at DDR. If anybody applied themselves playing DDR for like a month, they'd be as good as me. And then very quickly they'd get better. Because I have got a very low skill ceiling for DDR. Just look at how quick Pizza overtook me. Went from 0 to hero practically overnight. I think there was a request for Neutrino. What in the world is Neutrino? N-E-U-T. New, never let you down, huh? Not what I'm thinking of. Holy crap! Yeah, I don't know what skill set Pizza has that he was able to pick up DDR and absolutely crush it so quickly. And that's not just a Pizza thing. I met someone in the arcade who just got into DDR. Played them for a while and then they just constantly played it. The next time I came back they were as good as me. And the next time I came back they were so much better than me. Okay, what the... Alright, someone who selected that song knows what they're doing. Fortunately, we can put that on a more mortal difficulty setting. Yeah, you're right, pizza is like 17, so he's got the beans and spunk for it. But I started playing DDR when I was 13, I think. Although then again, I did play it non-stop. And I did get quite good in a short period of time. I just stopped getting good after that. Okay. Alright, screw this song. It's got those slowdowns and speed ups that are only there to trip you up or to learn them. I found it. Credit is Ue Opus is real. Oh, what a horrible choice. Oh god, an even worse choice is Xanadu. I hate Xanadu so much. But you can't say you'll do requests and then not do them, so let's go. I mean, imagine making a claim to stream something and not doing it. Unthinkable. Who is that creepy thing in the background? The thing is, DDR, you can infer, maybe not the first time, but once you realize the song has speed ups and slowdowns, let's say you're in a really fast segment of the song and you see the next batch of arrows are really tightly clumped together. You can at least brace yourself for the fact that it's going to slow down. But if it also freezes for a bit, then you're a little helpless. And you don't know what speed it's going to be at. But yes, it is a complete dick move. I hate songs that do that. Of course, sometimes you learn it and then you come to love the song. But that's only because you've learned the tricks. It's like, hey, take this road into the city. It's faster and better and it's got a great view. But it's completely littered in potholes. It's like, yeah, well, if you learn how to drive around the potholes, it's great. Okay, great, but first time I drove through it, I hit every pothole and now I need new tires. Forgive the crappy analogy. The tireder you get from DDR, the harder it is to string conscious thought together. Right, Salty Tempest wants more Captain Jack. We already played Grandale Mix. But there's more to Captain Jack than just the Grandale Mix. What is there? There's Dream a Dream. There's... I forget the others. I don't think they have Captain Jack in the name, do they? There's In the Navy, yeah. Captain Jack's got a really cool fast one. What the heck is it? Jeez, I have no idea. I know the song list has Captain Jack songs. Let me check. Search for Jack. Captain Jack does Grandale Mix, In the Navy, The Race, Only You, My Generation, Little Boy. What do I not normally play? I don't often do The Race. Let's do The Race. Let's also mix up all my windows here. Mouse navigation is hard. Oh boy. Whew, keep it together. Do we have the calorie counter as well? Yes, we do. The boys, the cube, the earth, the game, the island, the least, the legend, the message, the love cats, the race. We'll see the calorie counter once we're done with this song. And we'll see what food we've earned. It strikes me surprising that a kilo of spiders would be under 1,000 calories. It's hard to imagine a kilo of anything being under 1,000 calories. A kilo is a lot to eat. Okay, you could cheat and do something like a kilo of lettuce, cucumber, and celery, but I'm talking about real food. I wonder if Balaton or Budapest have any restaurants that specialize in serving bugs. Could go for a real bunch of spiders. I get that eating bugs might seem a little gross, but I'm a modern day Noah's Ark. I would eat 2 of every animal on Earth. Right, feel good to bounce back with a full combo. Jake, you know, a kilo of blueberries only have 500... Oh god. How much of that is sugar? Oh yeah. There we go. Apparently we're at 925 calories, and I could eat myself 300 grams of haggis for that. That's a testament to how unhealthy Scottish food is. It's all bad for you. Even the salad is bad for you. But it does taste damn good. I mean, you're taking food and then wrapping it in the organs of other food. Okay, well I want to dance until we're at least at the level of eating at, what's that American place where you get the Cheesecake Factory? We'll at least have a meal at the Cheesecake Factory. I wonder if I could get haggis here. Hungarians seem to like eating blood, so I can find black pudding easily enough. I don't know what they call it. Everything in Hungarian is impossible to parse. Maybe I could ask my landlord. Hey, do you know somewhere to get haggis? You'll think I'm taking a piss. But he has seen me fully clad in kilt, so he knows what I'm about. He took a photo of me as well. I wonder how that story goes. Here's the guy that's living in my place. Beat him up and steal his tartans. Blood is normal in a lot of countries. Nah. Yeah. Phew! Is there anything by The Prodigy in DDR? Well, you can check my song list. And if it's not there, you can do a Google search. I don't remember if I have any. I don't know any Prodigy songs. I don't even know how they go, but it sounds like a metal band. Oh yeah, all 300 grams of that haggis are mine. I could demolish a lot more than 300 grams of haggis. Maybe not right now, I'm not very hungry, but I imagine in a few hours I'm gonna be ravenous. Okay. Phew. Phew. Yeah, see, the Germans and the Dutch are overt pepper, but the Romanians are covert. Hey, Trip Machine. It's not quite as remixed as Paranoia, but there are a fair few Trip Machines. You know, I never stretch before I play DDR. Never stretch before any workouts, actually. I keep reading about how dangerous that is, but I mean, I've been working out for years. Almost decades now. I've been playing DDR for even longer. And I never come away thinking, oh god, I wish I'd stretch. Is that one of those things that's going to creep up on me when I'm in my 40s? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the way I see it, if I start paying for my life choices at 40, I've had a good run. Between 30 and 40, I think everybody gets afflictions. It's just like Dominion's 5. God, some of my friends right out of university, one of them loved to run and row and stuff, and his legs just buggered. Actually, 2 of them's legs are buggered. Man. Really am the lucky one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, why not? Wait, hang on, I get the feeling this is one of those songs that burns the whole VOD. Ah well. DDR is a live kind of affair anyway. Nobody watches the YouTube videos but me. Except for every so often without fail someone goes, oh wow, I didn't know you played DDR. I thought you were German. Or the other day a communist. Yes, I'm the walking encapsulation of communist ideal. Boy, this song has got some quiet lyrics. Good thing of subtitles. Oh boy. There we go. At least I can get a full combo and a song about turning someone on. And then we get the spam. Boy, I haven't eaten spam in ages. I wonder if you can get it here. I watch your DDR VODs if there's an especially dire clip of dying Swede on it. How would you feel about some dying Hungarian? Yeah, I'm having some real second thoughts about getting a Hungarian citizenship. We'll see how I feel in a few years. Ooh! I never play this. To be fair, you do play a lot of games about planned economies. Yeah, but at least in my games you're usually eating the children. It's not, there's nothing to eat. These are chaotic steps. Because that's an off beat to follow. Or would it consider it on beat? I don't know, I'm not into music, but I'd call this stuff on beat. All that preceding stuff, and this. I'd call that offbeat. I know we have some musically inclined people in chat. I am not one of you. You have powers that I would deem unnatural. Look out! Nice! Full comboing that song is no small feat. I have earned my tin of spam. Or at least, like 290 grams of it. Okay. You ever done Beat Saber? I've played it a little bit, but I don't have the setup for it. I used to set up the space for it, now I do. I may consider it.
Let's begin.
Okay, sure, why not? I'm still waiting to see Jake do a dance mat run with Necrodancer. It is so much less fun than it sounds.
Blow my whistle, baby.
Playing non-rhythm games
Blow my whistle, baby.
on a dance mat is anti-fun.
Open up, put it in. Let's begin.
It's one of those things that sounds like, ooh, great idea. Then you do it, and you just realize it's horrible. What time is it? How long have we been at this?
Is that what you call loud? Come on.
Because that's making quite the collection of sweat right now.
Let me hear you say.
Must be about midday then, okay.
You need to bring the beat back.
Okay, come on, man. If this were a non-stop 100, there'd still be so much more dancing to go. Do I at least get something other than spam? Yeah. One of my favorite Ben & Jerry's fish food. I'd say Ben & Jerry's fish food was my favorite, but they started doing this Ben & Jerry's with oh sorry, it's a crossover, Ben & Jerry's and I think it's Tony's Chocolate. The chocolate bar with the whole gimmick is that it's not in clean-cut squares. You break it apart and you look like boulders and stuff. But it's good chocolate. And they mix that with caramel inside the ice cream and it's just, good stuff.
Let's begin.
What, they used to do banana split? I hate the song, it's one of my least favourite songs in existence. I'm not big on music, but this song was everywhere on the radio at the time. Inescapable, I just couldn't stand it. I really like a nice voice, but I think it goes the other way as well. Some voices are intolerable to me, and it's just like nails on a chalkboard. And Natasha Bedingfield has that nails on the chalkboard voice for me. Which is funny, because I love Daniel Bedingfield's voice. His songs are ass, but you know, him being in it makes it fine. Tamago, you managed to miss a, if I dare say so myself, a very good fake out. DDR is a difficult game to fake out to because you need to prepare everything in advance. But I got out of bed knowing that that was my mission for today. And as long as a man still has something to do in life, he will get back up. I had some posthumous advice from Chatterlord himself. Oh boy. Chatterlord wouldn't have wanted this song. That's why I stay in bed so long every day. Well, yeah. If you had something to do, you'd be getting out of bed. Because bed is really good. Oh man. So comfy, so warm, so carefree, just blah, blah, blah. So you know you've really got something going on in your life when you still get out of bed. Right. Working through the T's today, but I haven't had any suggestions come in from chat, so I'll just keep going. I'd want to play this song, but it's censored and it just sounds awful. Bed is good, isn't it? Yeah, Dark Young. Dark Young himself aspires to the day when he will have a bed of his own. But hey, a pile of leaves and some dead man's socks will suffice for now. The layout of this song is allowing me to do something that I don't often do. There's a style of play where using your 2 feet, you cover all the arrows and you more or less just pivot yourself onto everything. I don't like doing it, but I wanted to try it out there. But it's amazing for conserving energy. I mean, the way I'm playing now is orders of magnitude more than this. Yeah, nah, screw that. I've seen people play where they just play like this, and they're just twitching their feet like this. And they put like chopsticks or strips of wood there, and those sticks of wood never move, just to show that they are barely moving their feet at all. It is impressive, but God, it looks so unfun. Right, Shadeta wants Witch Doctor. I assume the song. No, not X for Shadeta, W for Witch Doctor. Oh, the Witch Doctor. Okay. H-I-J.
Which MC was that? I can't recollect. I heard him on the internet and it was MC's front or something, but I didn't hit save. Which MC was that? I couldn't say.
One of the stranger songs to enter ITG. How many WH songs do we have? Where's the Witch Doctor? There you are. Have you already died to Over the Pier? I didn't die, I beat it. But I didn't play it on the harder difficulties for sure, because yeah, I cannot beat those. The song that I definitely died to earlier was Max Generations. Holy smokes. Alright, let's bring it back. If you've somehow not noticed so far, the bar at the top is my health bar. Okay. Whew. Tough song. And it's all from the parts where he says ooh, ee, ah, ah. Because you're in the middle of a big flow, and then suddenly it's just thump, thump before you keep moving. Really, really slows down the flow. But I'm sure a vodka bottle of salmiakki would speed it back up. Always surprising how many calories there is in booze. Like, how is that possible? Is drink... We're not drinking olive oil. The real challenge would be a very hungry caterpillar run of DDR, where every food we unlock we have to eat. I wouldn't make it past the spiders. How are you meant to keep dancing with a kilo of spiders in your gut? Since Hamster probably missed it, I want to go back to Max Generations. Oh, wait, this is a terrible idea. Why am I doing this? It's a really terrible idea. That would be very entertaining, though. Yeah. The thing is, it would be... It's not like I'd eat 2,000 calories by the time I'm 2,000 calories. I'll have eaten 1,000 calories, and 1,200, and 1,400. I'd need to come up with some kind of format. And this is hypothetical. There's no way I'm going to do that. I have never thrown up from DD... No, that's not true. I have never thrown up from eating and playing DDR before. I did get heat stroke playing DDR once, and that made me throw up pretty big, but... Nah. That song is serious business. I think pizza could beat this song. If I unlock the infinite stamina cheat, I could beat that song. But I don't have that. Pizza has a lot more stamina than me. He could beat Max Generations. Hell, maybe he already has. I'd be surprised if he has a song though. This was a custom-made song from that guy in Dundee. Really well done. You would think it was official. Not even as a punishment game? No way. I don't do physically dangerous things for punishment games. Except that time I played Cheetah Man. No one should go through that. What the hell are you? How do you hold a kilo of spiders? Like I said, grab the bucket, go around people's attics and say, hey, I'm going to clear out your attic for you, don't worry, it's free. Oh god, I shouldn't be doing this after Max. My body's just, it's got that emptiness, you know? Okay, right, never mind. Rely on some fortitude. Holy moly! Don't be fooled by a song being slow. That makes tight steps like that even harder. Okay, come on. There we go, just take a break. Can smell that bottle of salmiakki vodka from here. So Max brought a Max known Zero from chat brought a bottle of salmiakki to the PDXCon meetup in Stockholm. We're back at my place with a bunch of us, and I assume the expectation was, haha, Jake will drink this and hate it, and I will get my jollies. But it's really tasty. It's like cough syrup. You don't even feel the kick of it, which is probably dangerous in its own right. So yeah, salmiakki, Finnish vodka, 2 thumbs up from me. And now that I'm advertising alcohol, this has become an 18+ stream, so Kaiser, you gotta go. Is it healthier to just drink cough syrup? I don't know, that stuff's loaded with sugar. Also, what even is cough syrup? Why would you drink it? Is coughing such a bad thing that you need syrup for it? No, not okay. My dance map had shifted. Yeah, I need to not use this black mat, but I can't be bothered to pull it out from under right now. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but these dance mats are surprisingly difficult to grip with your fingers. There's no purchase underneath them. I might consider screwing on some handle to them just to make it easier, but with what? I hate coughing. I do enough of it hard enough, you can break ribs and puncture lungs, but why? What's causing the coughing? Do you live in a place full of asbestos and constantly drill the walls? Okay. This should be a nice cool down song. And trust me, I need to cool down. I'm not heat sinking into the room hard enough. Next time I play DDR, 100%, I'm setting up the air conditioner. Whilst I have more room here, paradoxically the air conditioner should work better because it's a smaller room than when I played DDR before. When I was in Sweden, the gym, the game rooms, the couch, practically everything was in one room apart from my bed and whiskey. Now I actually have rooms. God, I do not miss Stockholm apartment living. I liked my place, but after a while those walls start closing in on you. Whoa, there's not even 200 steps in that song. Easy peasy. Don't judge my living conditions. I like that line. I will be taking it. Severe allergy to pollen. Oh, I feel for you there. Worked with a guy with that. Was I actually playing that song on heavy mode? I think I only played it on difficult mode for some reason. I must have accidentally changed difficulty there. Okay, what's suspiciously easy? Oh! I really don't like this song, but I really like this song. Oh, please don't tell anyone where I live. It's how I live, I think. His wall falls down, it's a shack, he's there in nasty clothes at a table, eating cold food out of an open tin. Freaking monkey here. There are pauses, but I don't remember where. And it's those that just mess up your steps so much. Oops. Now, why did I do that? Let's go. Yikes. Slow parts can be very, very hard. That recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Now let's not look the gift horse in the eye here and beat this song. Full health, baby. Bad. Okay. There we go. We're finally dining at the Cheesecake Factory. Okay, I'm still standing. Oh, maybe not. Kaiser wants Rhythm and Police. There's a song that just does not quit. It's a great song, though. Really great. How do you spell rhythm? Okay, R-H-Y. You're right, young. It is rude not to finish your meal. I will eat that kale salad, even if it kills me. Bring it on. Come on, Pepper. You can't explain the joke. No joke is funny if you have to explain it. I'm not convinced you are Romanian. There's a bit too much Germanic in there. Come on, Anne. These steps are called gallops. Because they go da-dun, 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 da-dun. Like a galloping horse. Not these steps, though. This is just a regular stream. Hey! In the air. Cut the drums, huh? One misstep and you pay for it in this song big time. I can be both. It's my natural heritage, says Pepper. Okay. Ugh. 2, 3, 4, okay. A few hundred steps there, earning me an additional 3% of my kale salad. Okay. Okay. Salty Tempest wants random. I don't think I've ever done that before, but this could be risky. Does it want me to press enter? Or I'm going to close my eyes. Or rather, I'm going to look away. Where's the enter key? There it is. Oh! I guess it did choose for me. Tsubasa. Okay. Okay. Level 13, that's fine, I guess. Didn't know they were giving real dull songs these days. Ugh. Okay. I also saw the request for a Studio Ghibli song, Castles in the Sky. Don't look at it that way, Dark Young. Think of it as getting your request without even having to ask for it. In a standard DDR tournament, that's amazing. How that goes is 2 players, one of them gets to choose a song, the other one gets to choose a song, and then, if it's a tie, a random song. The best outcome is that you go second, and the person that goes first chooses your song. Assumedly, you're going to choose a song that you are the absolute master at. Holy moly. So you're going to trash them when they pick it, and then you pick it again. And that happened to me once. Good times. As in, I was the one that did the trashing. It wasn't me getting double bodied, but I did get bodied by this really fat guy who had his own arcade machine. He brutalized me. But it's humbling. It's good to lose every now and then. You could eat this salad 6 times or drink a litre bottle of extra virgin olive oil. One is easier than the other. Definitely the salad times 6. Drinking oil sounds incredibly painful. Right, castles in the sky. You're right, can't lose if you don't set yourself up to lose. But you already know this, the reason I stream things that I can definitely lose and be punished for is because to me, it accentuates the experience. That's why I play DDR songs that I can't beat without worry of it being on stream. That's why I run challenges, knowing full well I could lose, they could even be unfeasible from the get-go. Because that element of risk brings it alive. To make a more pertinent comparison, it's like playing Bannerlord. You could either have a giant battle in your campaign, or play a custom battle with exactly the same troops. The battle in the campaign is so much more fulfilling because you know if you lose there, oh, goodbye your troops, goodbye your stuff, you're getting imprisoned, oh, it's a real setback. Especially if you don't have a stash. But that risk brings it alive. Where is the joy of victory if it wasn't in the face of failure? But that's just my take. There are some people out there that play the Long Dark exclusively on Voyager mode. There are some people that don't dare play lethal mode on State of Decay. That's fine, they can have their own fun. But I can and will have mine. You can tell I'm playing a song that's too easy if I can expulge thoughts like that. Whoa, no, young'uns. Let's not try and hurt all the feces of those people who play lethal mode with their inherited characters, their fat stash of zombie cure, the best guns, the top melee weapons, and all the skills, because you know, that's the only way you're gonna survive lethal mode, guys. Man. Oh, man. Okay, I take it back. Do belittle them. Jesus Christ. Right, there was another request, but I managed to forget it. 0.59, there it is. 0.59. Does that under numbers or under special? Probably other, right? No? Numbers? Oh, there's 0.59. It ignores the period. Okay, I need to top up water, but that's a great opportunity to answer Nix's question. Where do you get your Gatorade powder these days? how audible my kitchen cluttering is there, but I also don't mind. Okay, so my Gatorade powder went out of date in like 2017 or something. I probably shouldn't have still been drinking it, but I did finally chuck it out before I moved here. But my dear sweet mother sent me over 2 things, because she knows I do this. One is Nature Truth Sport Electrolyte Powder. Unopened. I have no idea if it's any good. A blend of mineral salts, potassium, calcium, magnesium, lemon and lime flavor, my least favorite. And Go Isotonic Energy Slurpee things, the SIS Science in Sport. I have a feeling both of these were picked up in Poundland, but you never know. What the hell? Why don't we give it a go? These people don't pay me for this. In fact, there was one, I get a lot of sponsorship emails. They're like, hey, will you shill our game or shill our product? We do these monitors or these chairs or whatever. And I never take them because I really, really don't want to go down that path. But I would probably make an exception if I tried a really good... This thing's impossible to open. I feel like Lucky when he's trying to open a beer. What was I trying to say? Right, so there was one time that I got sent one of those offers that actually sounded interesting. And that was for a... I don't know, one of these sporty powder things. And I said, you know what, that actually sounds interesting. Send me over some of this stuff and I'll try it, and if it's good, I would consider it. And they wouldn't send it to me because I was in Sweden, so thanks for that. I assume I just drink these, right? The world's first isotonic energy gel. I just meant to drink the whole thing? What does it even say? Consume up to 3 sachets per 60 minutes during exercise as required. Sounds like a con to make you drink more of these things. I'll have one. Holy crap, that is vile. Oh god. It's like drinking dirty washing up soap. Why would you do this to me, Mum? What the hell did I do to you? Okay, that was disgusting. Do not get those. Ugh. Well, then again, we didn't buy it for the taste, did we? Maybe it'll give me untold energy. Poundland Gatorade sounds truly horrific. How do you know how dirty washing up soap tastes? Well, funny you should ask that. Going back to my mum here, there was this period where school dinners were awful for a very long time in the UK. Jamie Oliver came and changed that eventually. I assume they got better, I don't know, I was out of school by then. But my mum insisted on me bringing packed lunches to school, including a thermos of soup. But one time she accidentally gave me a thermos of soap. And that was vile. Truly vile. But it'd be rude not to finish your dinner, right? Let's get over to 0.59. My mum does watch the streams occasionally. She'd probably be crying right now, so let's move on. Holy crap, that tasted so bad. And because it's gel instead of just a diluted drink, it's like coating the inside of my mouth. Ugh. Okay, come on, let's dance the disgust away. Maybe that's why I shouldn't take any sponsorship deals, because I do not have the capacity to fake claim that something is good when it's bad. Like, you know how European Speedrun Assembly? They're always plugging View Sonic monitors. I should never be allowed to cast, because I'd say something like, yeah, I had a View Sonic once. It came with a dead pixel and was dead the next day, but hey, they quickly replaced it, so that's okay, I guess. I would probably be told politely but firmly to leave. I know what raw frying oil tastes like because my brother put it in a soda can for me. Good lord, Nathan. Is that how you lost your leg? Wait, that might mean mother, not brother. It's not easy to read chat and play at the same time, you know. Ugh. That would be a reasonable endorsement of their customer service. Yeah, well, that's true, but I'm pretty sure they're trying to sell monitors, not their good customer service. Also, the service was through Amazon replacement, not through ViewSonic. So, yeah. Buy your crappy ViewSonic monitors through Amazon. There's the real endorsement. I can't get over how disgusting that drink was. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, sorry, Mama. I think these things are going to people more needy. Maybe I can find a food bank. Do they do those over here? Give some poor undernourished children that disgusting drink. How needy are we talking? I don't know. I'm in Hungary. Surprisingly low amount of Romanian beggars here, though. I mean, they're right on the border, but they're not hey-haying their way around here. The homeless here feels a lot more homegrown. I guess it's one of those don't crap on your own doormat situations. Yeah, maybe greener pastures as well. Do you get Romanian beggars in the New World? Or is that a profoundly European problem? Maybe they know there's too much competition over there. Not to mention, how would they get over there? Well, they got to the UK, they got to Sweden. There we go, dance the disgust away. The Roma here own car dealerships. Ooh. European problem, caravans don't float well. Okay, we did it. We ate. Oh god. I think that energy gel is like fighting me on the inside. We consumed the entire Cheesecake Factory kale salad, but how can we turn down the grabbage plate? Holy smokes, that's got everything a growing English boy needs in his life. There's vegetables, there's mince, there's onion, there's tatties, I'm pretty sure there's chips in there and carbo loading, for once used correctly. That garbage plate looks like a Kerbal Space Program. Oh, what? And, anything cool in the A's? How the hell did I AAA you? Oh god. I genuinely feel off from drinking that thing. Who the hell made this? Science and Sport, isotonic energy drink. Yeah, nah, I wrong-footed that trying to read. I see the problem now. There, do you see the problem? I definitely see the problem. I don't know if you can make that out. But if I voice it, then it's going to be a little too obvious what the joke is. Kebab snack pack. It's a Turkish kebab meat on hot chips with cheese. Don't tend to like meat with cheese on chips. Cheese on chips, great. Meat and chips, great. Hell, cheese on meat, great, but mix all three and... Some things are more than the sum of their parts, some things are less. But it's not really up for debate. It's food. It's the most subjective thing in the world. It's more subjective than music taste. Ha! I sacrificed my step to do the clap. I hope you're happy. I need to check that electrolyte powder isn't the same brand as the gels. Clap, clap. Oh boy. I'm getting to that point in DDR where your whole body starts feeling like it's made of lead. Heavier than normal, stiffer than normal, harder to move. Whew. Drink it anyway. Well, let's have a look. No, this is different. This is Nature's Truth. How could I say no to Nature's Truth? Distributed from Leicestershire. Doesn't say that it's made in the UK though. Yeah, maybe it does somewhere. I'm not reading all that garb. I'll drink it, but not today. I don't want it to further fight the nasty washing fluid drink. In before it's even worse than the gel. Oh, don't hurt. That antagonizes the gel. Arabayata. This song is hard freaking core. Apparently I've never beaten it on singles, but I'm sure I've beaten it. Did I beat it on singles or doubles? No way in hell I would have beaten you on doubles. Anyway, ridiculous song. There's no way in hell I would beat it today. Even at my best. It's a hard fight. Hatsune Miku no Shoshitsu. Does it start with hey for Hatsune Miku? LMNOP. Happy, 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 hardcore. Harichiban? Hase? Well, that's Miku, so I'm guessing that's it. Hatsune Miku no Shoshitsu. Yeah, alright. Oh, Baron, now you're bringing out the big guns. Alright, we'll do that after the Vocaloid. The one that started it all right, Miku is the original Vocaloid, I think. I'm planning to be big on that stuff, but Miku was everywhere on the internet at the time. Well, in certain circles. Whoa, whoa, slow down there, Miku. I didn't expect it to go ham from the start. Man. Playing DDR in Hungary just feels right. I feel like a dog marking its fence here. And given how humid I'm making this room, it might not be far off the call. Any plans on more lewd games, says Kitty. Well, I don't have plans not to do them, I just haven't found any good lewd games lately. And believe me, I'm always on the hunt. But to me, a lewd game has to have gameplay. There are plenty of just simulators and visual novels out there. But I guess the bar was set really high by Anna Yui and Rance. Hell, Rance is one of the best strategy games out there. Never mind one of the best lewd games out there. And of course I mean Sengoku Rance. The other Rance games are really terrible. They adhere really hard to old school Japanese JRPG mantra. And as we all know, JRPGs are terrible. We just don't say that out loud too much because it's going to aggravate the mentally unstable. That song was surprisingly hard. Cup of gasoline. What kind of cup? I mean, I doubt we're talking about Double Danger Dad's ginormous mugs bigger than his head. Never mind. If I laugh like that, it's usually because I've made a joke for myself and, in a rare case of self-reflection, decided it's not the kind of thing I should say on stream. Right. There was a request and I've already forgotten it. It was probably something to do with food. Ultimate cheeseburger. You want it, I want it. It's the... Break it down. Now you're getting it, Dee Dee. Time and a place. That I love, but it's not you I'm thinking of. I feel like this song is deeper than it lets on. He's not talking about an actual cheeseburger. He's talking about life. Life demands so much more on burgers these days. They want avocado, special sauce, particular buns with all sorts of seeds and crap on it. But this man knows that true happiness comes from keeping it simple. But the tofu, no, he does literally mean tofu. He's never gonna eat that crap again. But this burger's bigger than our relationship. Yeah, OZ is an ounce. So many ounces in a pound. I forget how many, is it 12? 12 ounces to a pound? Probably. Nope. Also no. Right, that was good, but I want that cup of gasoline. Huh, I haven't played Vanity Angel in forever. It's not a particularly good song, but in the arcade machine Euromix 2, I think Vanity Angel is one of the qualifying songs to get on high scoreboard. The high scoreboards back then could only be attained by doing a preset selection of songs. Frustratingly, it usually included songs you know you didn't want to play. But since they were preset, it was a way to get more than 3 songs for a credit. Standard setup for an arcade is 3 songs for a credit. But the non-stops were 5, and some of them were more than 5. I think on the Extreme machine, some of them went way higher than that. 8, maybe 9? So if the guy playing right before you selects one of those, I mean, you can take a bathroom break. Man, I miss some arcade culture sometimes. Putting your coin on the roll, and even the chabbiest of chabs are going to respect that. I mean, we're talking Dundee here. Okay, I will have that cup of gasoline. And not only am I still standing, I'm feeling surprisingly fresh, but I refuse to credit that goop I drank. I'm going to say it's down to my own tenacity. Come to life, Jake. Is that a command or a request? Come. C-O-C-H, still C-H, coming out? No, come to life. Holy crap! Look at the difficulty on that thing, this is gonna taste the walls with me. Ugh. Still... I can still feel it in my throat. Holy crap. Ah! Holy moly, no. Wowzer. Now that is a 16-footer, 16 out of 20. I think there's about 1 or 2 16s I can do. But that is the absolute glass ceiling of my skill level. Yeah, you know it, I know it, Pepper. Some people have this as their favourite song, but they're generally like 60 or more years old. I really don't see a problem with it, young though. Even if you don't like it, it strikes me as pretty inoffensive. Kind of like a slowed down barn dance song if you take away the vocals. Or does it give you complicated feelings about a girl you once knew called Eileen? I have never met a woman called Eileen. Or maybe this song came out and they all just changed their names, because you know what it's like when a song comes out and it either heavily features or is titled with your name, and it's all you're ever gonna hear for a few years. That happened to a lass I knew. She did not like it. I've met a few 60-plus-year-old called Eileen, and they're all from various countries. Okay. Good for you, young. I mean, I'm not gonna quiz you on your granny banging here. That's your business. Have I got my cup of gasoline yet? Crivens. Let's make him work for this. I swear my DDR pad's just been drifting forward here. Come on. Right. Dark Young wants prana because he's feeling a little, you know, freaking prana. Passion, Pierce, Pink, Pluto, Possession, prana. I don't mind prana so much, but it's full of jumping. My least favorite kind of DDR step is a jump. Not on its own, but when it's baked inside a big stream, you're busy going da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then suddenly you gotta stop your fluid motion and just go ugh. It's so jarring. Okay. Someone's talking about illusion task? The title is deleted on the list, but illusion task. What? If it's not on the list, then what the hell, I'll go check it out. I mean, look at all stream, jump, jump, jump. It's so off-putting. Not to mention tiring. Both mentally and physically. Oh, I don't feel so good. Gel. God's sake. I can feel it clawing inside of me. Jump, jump, jump. Oh, Christ! So close. Oh. That was really, really close. It's that end point, it's just steps and jumps mixed together like a grabbage plate. Prana is hardcore. Oh, God. It's okay. I'm still standing, I can still dance. There was, I'm going out on a limb that anybody might remember this, but there was a Korean band. I really liked it. They had one DDR song. I don't know any of the names involved. I would like to play that, but I don't remember the name. Dreamcatcher. Chase Me, that was it. Do I have it? PQRS, no. Maybe the title is Dreamcatcher though. Come on, Dreamcatcher. Dreams, dreamin', dream of love. Bollocks. Oh well. Another day then. There is a desire for less than 3 though. I call back to all of our cringiest times on the early internet. Now this song is ultra cringe, but still brings back some nice early internet vibes. Before the advent of smartphones. Give it time, there'll be historians talking about early days of decentralized internet. Those shock arrows on the screens are just what they sound like. Do not step on them. DDR 2014 JP. I can't make out the kanji. Well, at least paste it in. Okay, I think I should stop there. But I'm not going to because I haven't had a TGI's Bloomin' Onion in like 15 years. And, I mean, they're terrible. But they're still an experience. Have a look for illusion tax, okay. Illusion task. Illusion tax. ICE, Idola, illegal function call. In between. I mean, this is only IL. And it's surrounded by not IL, unless this means illusion tax. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Holy smoke, there's sweat on my sweat by now. It feels good. Few things feel more right than just being covered head to toe in sweat. I mean, I'm not one to run up and hug anybody that's like this or while I'm like this, but it's got a certain something. Maybe it puts me in the mind of that engineering lassie from Firefly. Okay, the only thing better than 3 hours of DDR is 4 hours, says Dark Young. Well... I'm not choking down more of those disgusting dishwater stuff, but maybe I could fix up some of that electrolyte powder and keep going. You know what, that's exactly what I'll do. Pick out some songs and we'll jump into them, but first I'm going to make some of this electrolyte powder. And I'm not mixing it in my good drinking thing. I've had this for... You come to think of it, maybe I should change this. I have had it for years, but I haven't been sick in years either, so I'll take the correlation. Be back in a minute. Well, it's not the most appetizing looking thing I've ever had. Not used to doing anything with webcam here, but does this look like anything you'd want to drink? I have a feeling my mum's having me on a con here. Looks like bad miso soup. That's generous. I'm thinking something far worse. Literal dishwasher. Maybe I've had a stroke and I'm not actually getting this stuff. Every time I go into the kitchen, I'm just emptying disgusting dishwasher into a cup and eating it. Although it would be a very involved process for putting it into one of those gel packs. It's a very milky cup of tea, Mrs. Jabufa. Is there any tea in it at all? It said shake, so I'm just giving it a good stir. This does not fill me with confidence. Oh well, down the hatch. Oh! No, no way, no, oh Christ, no. Oh. Oh. That is just like drinking seawater. No way. To give a very niche example that no one's going to get, it's like you're going to Stonehaven's indoor-outdoor pool that is exclusively full of seawater, and you get a mouthful of it. Oh! Oh my god. No way, nope, nope, thank you. Nothing but fresh Hungarian tap water for me. Okay, well, let's have some songs instead. Your mother must hate you. What did I do to her? You will drink your seawater, Jake, and you will like it. I will not. Alright, it's song time. Ooh, fire. What's the good fire song? Yes! Oh, Christ. That is so bad. I need to ask her where she got it. And I'll be able to tell if she's giving me the Poundland lie. Okay, I love this song. I mean, it doesn't sound amazing. It's cool and all, but the steps are just... It's a 14-footer for a reason. Okay, come on then. Whenever there's a yellow arrow, it needs like a burst of speed at you. Because suddenly you're striking twice as fast as everything else. Come on. Oh jeez, I knew I was getting hammered there. I did not expect to fail. But in a way it's a good thing because I get to enjoy a very rare appearance from pickled herring. I'm looking on Amazon. I can have a bunch of Gatorade stuff that looks decent. Are you sure she doesn't just hate you? Well, maybe she's cottoning on to all the stories about her that I'm telling on stream. Wow, okay, well let's not underestimate fire in the future. That was hardcore. What was the name of it? It's, oh, I can't remember now. I'll put the thing away. Nature something? Sport Nature? I had it on stream a moment ago. Okay, I need more songs. Nature's Truth. Thank you, Zilius. Nature's Truth, electrolyte powder. Not as good as that seemed. Ooh. They're all lazy, effing useless cities, London underground. Take your Oyster card and shove it up your arsehole. The stores are sticky and the seats are damp. God, I miscongregate. Oh yeah, does anybody know where I can get a Flash player downloaded? There's this very suspicious absolute block on downloading Flash players. I can't even play my old Flash stuff now. And I had a frozen copy of Adobe Flash. I think they just went in and removed it. Shadeta, if you could direct message or whisper me that, I'd be much obliged. Oh, jeez. I said I'd go for that 4th hour, but holy moly, I am... No. Don't let the weakness seep in. Oh my god, how could we turn down the tinner? That's giving me the spurt I need. Let's go. Push through for dinner. Also, your whole daily allowance of calories from one tinner. It's kind of scary, isn't it? Still not seen any requests. I actually really like this song. Let's go for it. I don't know why it's covered in Minions. I don't know how Minions became such a big thing. I saw Despicable Me. I really enjoyed it. But the Minions were like the Jar Jar Binks of that movie. The villain's story was captivating, but those things were just ugh. I mean, he had real fat bastard energy without being fat. Or really that much of a bastard. Wait, why the hell is that there? Oh god, they're everywhere. When I was working security, there was this guy. Oh god, talking about fat bastards. But anyway, he really had the security gig sussed out. Like me, he would go to isolated gigs where you just need to be there to make sure the place doesn't burn down. No one ever visits. Anyway, he had this attached case full of hard drives, just filled with movies. That's all he did. He'd sit his portly self down, just watch movies from the start of the shift till the end. He loved movies. Massive props to him for that. Find something you enjoy and pursue it. But naturally that means like everything he wanted to talk about were movies. So he's like, and I saw Despicable Me. That was Despicable Me. Every single time. You haven't seen Despicable Me! And then he wouldn't download, but he'd make a copy of it for me. What else was there? What's that movie about the two race car drivers? One of them crashes in a fiery ball, becomes a human vegetable, but still gets up and races again. Anyway, he talks about that one, and again, you haven't seen Vegetable Racing, man. Gets me that as well. Good times. I mean, I don't know if there was a single other thing to that man other than movies, but big props for him in doing that. And I watched those movies and they were good. No, it wasn't Top Gear. Rush sounds right, Cascus. Rush sounds very right. Okay, I'll be honest, I'm talking to buy time to get my breath back. Let's do some healing vision. That will push the breath forcefully out of my body. Yeah, it was Rush. It's coming back to me now, Rush. Whew. No, I watched Rush when I was in Edinburgh. So at the latest, it's going to be 2014. This is a relentless song. I think it tells the story of somebody flatlining in a hospital, but I don't know. That'll be me shortly. It's not done yet. Okay, let me just not move for a moment. I need to focus on much better. Give me that tenor. Holy moly. Yeah, I could do with that tenor. Breakfast was a fair few hours ago now. No, we did you the other day. Wait, no, there was no other day. I did you earlier, though. Freaking heron. So we tune all right, let's go. Ugh. Someone keeps begging for Cotton Eye Joe. Alright. We'll do Cotton Eye Joe after this. What does Cotton Eye mean anyway? I find it hard to mean it literally means he's got cotton in his eye. Maybe he's a big fan of King of the Hill. Oh god, there is very little left in tanks here. And I know this song gets awfully jumpy. Okay, come on then. I'm playing for survival here. Oh, that's not easy though, these steps are going all over the place. Whoa. Uh-oh. I was close. Too close. Wow, D. D for you don't see that often. My fan is over here, I'm just getting close. Okay. Okay. Cotton Eye Joe. C for Cotton Eye. They're cocaine dealers. I wonder if this is reading too much into that. H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O. P-Q-R-S-T. Correct me if I'm incorrect, but I don't see Cotton Eye Joe here. I might have removed it because I don't particularly like it, but is it on the list? God. Divine Alpaca says it took 3 days. I'm sure I feel for you. Just critical thinking's not coming easier. I thought I saw it earlier. I mean, there's Cowgirl, there's Cozy, Cosmic, Cool. Oh, hey. Nah, there's nothing exciting for that song. Finally watching Jake playing DDR, yeah, and we don't get Beloved Cotton Eye Joe. There was another request there. Mo Soze. Mo Soze. Mo Soze. So hard to even string a thought together. A-E-I-O-U, Miracle, Moon, M-O-D, M-O-N, M-O-N, M-O-O, More One Night. That's usually a popular one, but doesn't come through, so. This is Mo Soze, right? Looks like it. Should have just asked for French flag. Easy on the F's around here, techno. It's usually a one-way ticket. Oh, I never put up my flags! That's what I've been forgetting. That's one of many things I've been forgetting, but... I don't hang up photos or posters or things like that, but what I do have is flags in my home. I keep a bunch of flags on rotation, depending on my mood. The only flag that is forever is that I keep the Papal State flag above my gym. Feels like I'm lifting for God. Where's the Sweden flag? Never. Yellow and blue is such a hideous combination, and they use it on their flag. And then they just follow the same layout of all the other Nords. It would feel like the tackiest flag I have, and I have the Greater Denmark flag. Whew. Yeah, the Ukraine flag is bollocks as well. It's that same blue and yellow. It really is hideous. Makes those African flags with all their green, yellow, and black and red look good. What's a really good flag? The Timurid flag. That red and black. Yeah, that's some good stuff. Imperial German flag. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Other good flags. San Salvador. Yeah. Some good flags out there. Alright, more one night, we passed it by. Have the Hungarian officials gotten out their Hungarian to Swedish translator yet? No, I'm still waiting on that. Don't know why they're taking so long. But I was warned that processes in Hungary are great until the government get involved. On my very limited experience, I'm willing to believe that now. But lest we forget, the waiting list for Swedish citizenship when I applied was 36 months. The average length of time to get your Swedish citizenship processed after you meet all the criteria is 3 years. Meaning about half of the people had to wait longer than that. Man, screw Sweden. If I never set foot in that country again, it'll be too soon. I never saw this anime, but I read the manga from page 1 to page final. I didn't like it. It was very melancholic and had absolutely no payoff. Which might be considered really good, but not really what I'm going for. How far are you from Budapest? About an hour, maybe an hour 20 on the train. I'm in Balaton. Not physically in Balaton. It would be very difficult to play on the dance mat and stream from the lake. But Balaton is a short walk from my front door. Jesus. Okay, I'm still standing. That means I can still dance. That's definitely how it works. Find some guy with polo and convince him he can still dance. I'm renting here, and I might be renting here for longer than I initially planned. My original plan was to rent in Hungary for like 6 to 12 months, and if I still like it here, after enduring the blazing summer and the hordes of Germans that come down to see a lake, then I would, well, I'd either like it and buy a place, or I would pack up and go somewhere else. However, I really like it here so far, and this place that I'm renting just ticks every single box, except for good wired internet. But as if to flip off everybody who told me that a wireless connection would be grim for streaming, well, we're still on it, aren't we? Anyway, it's amazing here. And there are a lot of stresses that come with owning a house that you don't get when renting. Of course, it goes the other way around as well. I don't like the lack of security of knowing that when we come to the end of the agreement, it could just be, right, on you go, find somewhere else. But it's been very positive so far. Oh, Jesus. According to reviews, the Caledonia in Budapest has good haggis. It's a sports bar, though. Mileage may vary then. 39. Do you mean 5'9"? Did I look at 5'9" and not play it? I could have sworn I played it. I can even hear it playing in my head right now, which might be indicative of some other problems. Why do I have 5 copies of My Summer Love? Few things as sweet and sour. Well, go on, we haven't had enough cringe so far today. Oh, God. You know, that cup of questionable electrolyte drink is still there looking at me. 39 is a Vocaloid song. Don't know if you did play it. Oh, okay, right. Then probably not. We'll get to it. After we've had yet another piece of media about cats. Man, cats are so adorable. But if I had to choose between cats and elephants, I would have a very hard time. I think elephants are the cutest animal in the animal kingdom. Something on my bucket list is to just go and play with elephants. Risks be damned. If I end up pavement pizza because I get stomped to death by an elephant, well, that's life. I don't know where you can go to do that though. I mean, I've seen plenty of elephants, but only in enclosures. But you never know. One day I might be streaming and there's going to be a DDR enthusiast who happens to run Budapest's exclusive elephant petting zoo. And he says, boy, have I got a deal for you. Stranger things have happened. There is no problem money cannot solve. Just pay the zoo for one-on-one time. Not sure I'd want it at a zoo. Maybe at like a... what do you call them? Places where they're not behind bars, but they're kind of looked after. A reserve, I think. That would be great. Right, 39. Let's find it. We're at about 3.5 hours and I am pooped. Okay, my third bottle of water is almost depleted now. Now that's plus that gel and what I had of that disgusting electrolytes. Ugh. Oh, I saw a direct message pop up from an IFT clerk. Could he be the elephant keeper of my dreams? And today just gets better and better. Boy, you know what we haven't had? Brain Explosion Girl. We play it every DDR session. Oh, that went bad. I completely misdid those jumps. With DDR, one mistake frequently snowballs into another. 2008. The Big Bang Theory was out by then. It was the general decline of mankind. The iPhone as well. Oh boy. Even these standard songs are just hitting me like Caladog's scalp scratcher. It's okay, I'm still going. Oh Christ, what is Brain Explosion Girl? I don't know, I'd have a better chance finding it under version. I think it's 2014 JP. I should recognize it from the cover, but that might be asking a lot. I don't actually know what the cover looks like, I just think I might recognize it. Hey, there is Hyena! I haven't touched Hyena yet either. Oh boy. I'm actually using the table to steady myself here. But it still counts as standing. What the heck is Brain Explosion Girl? Anybody know how it reads in Japanese? I think I watched half an episode of Big Bang and I recall some character playing some rogue kind of game and the laugh track was running from playing the game. I was smegging confused. There was no joke. I mean, there was no joke sums up the Big Bang Theory. I was on a physics retreat with the rest of my university class, and I know that sounds amazingly exciting already, but our group decided that what we should do in our dorm room was watch Big Bang Theory and Johnny Bravo all night. And so half of that was good. I still remember my love as a renewable energy source from that. What the heck is Brain Explosion Girl? Know something. I'll really know something. At least it gives me somewhere to work with. N-O. Nori, number, no. Here we are. Great song. Let's go for it. I've had breakfast. I played a bit of Bannerlord. I went for a run. I came back. He's still going. Not bad. Well, I would take many hours of this over an hour of running. I hate running so much. I am bad at it. I am slow at it. I don't find it very exciting. No amount of music playing helps. Also, I find it incredibly difficult to keep earpieces on. So I gotta wear these uncomfortable clip-on earpieces just to have some music going for it. But you know what? Despite all that, I started the Paradox Cavalry, where every Wednesday we'd go out for a 5K. Let me tell you, convincing Paradox staff to go out for a run. Well, you know how good I am at convincing people to join in the Mario Marathon? It was harder than that. I hate it too. I'm not built for long distance. Sprinting though, I was pretty good. Oh, no. Any kind of running, I hate it so much. Love swimming. Don't mind cycling. Love heavy lifting. But running, oh hell no. I think it's because when you're heavy lifting, there's this big opposition. And you look at it, you size it up, you grab it, and everything in your body just comes together to move it. But with running, there's no feeling about it. It just goes on and on and on, and there's no payoff. Ugh. When I did Tough Viking, which is a Swedish take on Tough Mudder, don't know which came first though. I loved the obstacles, but between it all was 8 kilometers of running. Ugh. And that was a shorter version. They had another version another time of the year, which was 15 kilometers of running. No thank you. My favorite part of that whole thing was when I got near the end, and there was an obstacle. It was just giant, like, rubber balls full of sand. And the goal was to, like, put them on top of barrels. And all these people getting together trying to get it. It felt so good to just go, hup, bang, and move on. Finally, something in that 8 kilometers of horror that I could do well. Speaking of do well, double A. Not bad for Brain Explosion Girl. Ugh. Swimming is the worst. It's boring. What, really? I love swimming. Because all the other sounds are just drowned out by the water. It's just some real think time. And if there's one thing I can do, it's amuse myself. It's a little dangerous when you laugh underwater, but the danger is also part of the fun. And you can spice it up by throwing things into the water, and as you swim, you dive down to get them. Oh, it's wonderful. I don't know how people can be bored by swimming. Ah, right. Let's do a little bit of ecstasy. And we'll do Roshin Yukai after this. But Tarkin, how do you eat ice cream underwater? Maybe you do, hold that thought. There we go. Maybe you do breaststroke, keep your head above the water and just have the ice cream funneling in. Truly a revolutionary. Also, isn't it extremely late for you? So this is one of my favorite songs to play in the arcade, because coming up there is a long pause. And what I would do during the long pause, if you've seen a DDR arcade cabinet, the dance mat is kind of elevated and has a big bar along the back of it. So I jump off the mat, run around the back, leapfrog right onto the arrows that are going to come. Can't really do that right now. So I'll just take a break. It might have only happened in my imagination, but I think some people have a compilation of amusing things done during that pause in the song. Well, we are going to get that poutine. We have the time. We have the inclination. What is poutine again? It's gravy on chips with curdled cheese? Now that's carbo loading. Right, what was it? It was a Roshin Kyo or something like that. They began with R-O. Oh man. Sorry, I couldn't pass by RPG. I think this group got pretty big. They also have a song called FPS, about first-person shooting, Battle Royale style. You know, a better version of Bloodshore. But I'm not sure if there's a DDR step chart for it. Ow, 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 ow. Whew! Gene! I have no idea what the kid in red is talking about here. Do we have a guide? No. Do we have this dungeon beating item? No. Save data's all gone. Referencing a Kirby save deletion glitch. Now there's something for old gaming I don't miss. Save data corruption was a lot more common back then. Ha-hi! Come on, keep it together. I'm under half health. It's you and me together playing RPG. Which strikes me as weird, right? I don't think I've ever played an RPG multiplayer. Holy mother of mercy. I am drained. But we cannot suffer the unfinished bowl of poutine. If we leave any on the plate, the Canadians are going to come running. Holy smokes, I am still standing, is what I am. Let's go. Doignon says, wow, first time seeing Jake actually playing DDR. So cool. Really. Well, it is my favorite game. Hey, I should play the song My Favorite Game, but I've forgotten the name of the other song. Where was it? Roshin Yokai. R-O-S-H. P-Q-R-S-H. Is that it? Good lord. There's not much left of me. I'm pretty much just a pair of legs standing here now, but I said we go for 4 hours. let's keep going. And let's unpause chat. When was the last time we had DDR? Oh, a long time ago. Life has been in flux for a while. I traveled around Eastern Europe, then I traveled to Japan, and then I've been in the state of trying to move. I'm just looking forward to having no turbulence in my life for a good long while. Just let me enjoy Hungary, enjoy Balaton, do a lot of streaming, lifting, and indulge in my other hobbies, and all will be well. Actually, something I really want to do is find some kind of whiskey tasting group. There's meant to be one, right? I miss pretentiously drinking whiskey with a bunch of old farts. Ah, cravens. Almost there. And then I can play my favorite game. Maybe, I mean that song is hardcore. Okay. I've been watching since a new Lufthansa or Saving Christmas Dinner, whichever was first. I've always wondered why you were called DDR Jake. Well, now you know my deepest secret. I love DDR so much, and it's my favorite game. Also, if anybody wants to contribute some more images to fill the gap here, it's a huge jump from poutine to uranium. It's 1,500 calories. Maybe we can get some dishes that are like 2,570 calories or 2,900 calories. Because I'm not sure I've ever made it to uranium. Okay. The sweet and savory piece of uranium. And what was that, micrograms? I don't know, Sheffrin would know. You know, I'm willing to brave another sip of that electrolyte juice. I'm really thirsty. And the lack of salts is probably pretty bad for me right now. Oh god. Oh. It's like licking a bodybuilder's armpit. Down to the weak deodorant taste as well. Okay. What was it? My favorite game. Watch the salt and juice grow on him. No. Hang on, I failed this? How is that possible? I've beaten my favorite game. I mean, it's hard as hell, but I definitely need some fresh juice for this. Well, not juice, water. God, I miss Gatorade. Even if it was 5 years out of date, it still didn't taste like ass. Holy moly. You can feel it when you walk into this room. I'm sure nobody wants to hear that, but I want to say it. Okay, my favorite game. What was the calorie count? I can probably list a few American foods. So poutine went up to, I think, 2,500 calories. But uranium is 4,000 calories. I need like 5 to 10 foodstuffs to go in between that. Because the jump up to uranium is too much. Oh, right, the screen isn't current. It doesn't actually take input if it's not the active screen. We put a tablespoon of sugar in it. There's no saving that drink. Alright, Brownie, let's go. Wait, what? There's no input at all. What's going on here? What's the meaning of this? Okay, there we go. I must have kicked that loose. How much is the BJ's Great Wall of Shop? What? You know what, never mind. Unless you mean that claymation show, The PJs, which I saw like 3 episodes of, and then it mysteriously vanished off the air. Okay, and boy goes! It's okay, I was off the mat, I didn't feel it. Shock arrows are really something. Losing my favorite. Death trap, avoid. Nice. The ending for this song is dire. And we're almost there. Here it comes. Alright, buckle up. That's about 5 seconds from the end. So hard. 200, 300, 400, 500. I think there's about 600 steps in that song. And the final part is by considerable measure the hardest. Okay. Whew. Okay. But I am still standing. We got anything for a nice breather? Definitely not Mythology. That song is spiked. That song is more poisoned than the weekly one-shot to beat Sunder, map 15. What was it, like 4 hours, 6 saves and loads allowed. calories are energy, whether or not you can process it. Grass has calories, but we're not going to be enjoying that. Okay, there is nothing in me. I'm just kind of floating around to the wind that's blowing me, but I'm hoping. It's like when you're trying to screw a bolt in, eventually it's going to come together. There we go. Come on, Ed. Calories is a strangely good way to find out if something is something. I'm probably missing the vital part of that sentence. But it's coming from a divine alpaca, so we should believe it unquestioningly. So reading comprehension is out of the table. I'm mostly just making up what I read now. Okay, right, come on. I'm not here to lose. Be that big rigs winner. I am so thirsty. I drank before I started the song and I'm thirsty. Hold on, I got a chance. Hup. It's really off-putting to hold something while playing. There. So when I was packing up my home in Stockholm, the guy that was packing with me didn't take a drink the whole time. It was about 2.5 hours of moving boxes and a whole gym, including 200 kilos of free weights and an additional 100 kilos of more plates. Down 3 flights of stairs in the baking sun, and he didn't drink at all. And during that time, I think I had 2.5 bottles of water. I can't even comprehend doing this kind of stuff without drinking. I drink all the time. But that's partly why I find hydration bots so belittling. Get that dishwasher down, you know. I will not drink the dishwasher fluid. When I talked about it, I was meaning more laundry detergent, dirty water, like the stuff that comes out of the washing machine once it's all done, but thinking about it, dishwasher is a bit more apt. Okay, I need to give it 5 more minutes, and then I need to give it another 10 minutes because it was setup time. If you've got songs, lay them on now, because we're coming in for the closer here. Hopefully not horrible songs that will floor me before I'm done. It wouldn't be very nice. That said, you need to be specific, Baron. We have a lot of Captain Jack songs, and we've already played Grandale Mix and The Race. Oh boy. I quite like Poochie, but I think it would destroy me. Save that for another day. Don't use all my good material today. He just says, You can just search for Captain Jack, there are plenty of them. Boy, come on, give me something. So many songs, I don't know about half of them. Ooh, I like Red Zone. And this one I've played before. I don't actually know the song names. They're in the song list, Baron. If you just search for Captain Jack on the column for artist, it'll show you. There's Dream a Dream, Little Boy, In the Navy, Grandale Mix. There's probably some others that I've forgotten. Captain Jack's got a great voice. Something I really like about this song, Red Zone, is the way I play it. My whole body pivots all the way around the dance mat. 1 second I'm staring off to the left, next one is right. Feels good. And it's very quick, like there. I feel like this song is involved in a lot of You're the Man Now dogs. Oh, now there was some good early internet. I used to load up loads of windows, no tabs back then, with all the You're the Man Now dogs and things. And then I'd leave the computer on overnight, and by the morning the pages will have loaded, yay! And then I could enjoy watching them. I even used to do that with pretty much text-only web pages. Man, internet was slow. Holy crap. Okay. Baron is asking for in the Navy. But he was beaten by Shideta, who wants Rokochonen to Ichiya Monogatari. Okay. Again with the R. Oh, we are on R. Huh. R-E, 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 R-H. That I am 90% sure is it. Rokuchonen to. Yeah, definitely. Let's go. I remember I tried to do that. My mum got up in the middle of the night and used it. What the hell is she using the phone for in the middle of the night? Don't pursue that thought further. Phew. Funnily enough, I don't remember the whole internet is phone line being that much of a big deal. What I remember being a big deal was it just never bloody worked. I was in very, very rural Scotland. Dial-up internet. A farmer hit one of the phone lines and knocked our internet out for a few weeks. I knocked out more than just the internet, but the internet took the longest to get back up. Holy moly. The steps here are pretty vanilla, but still pretty fast and hectic. Almost there. Done. First time I played that song, went pretty well. Whoa. That was not a consensual step backwards. But, as I like to claim, I am still standing. Right. We have passed the 4-hour mark, but like I said, about 10 minutes ago it was set up, so... Setting up for a fake out. Baron wants in the Navy. Does he now? I'm for real. If you were here in the air, there is so much jumping in the song. I don't like it, but we're going for it. I'd walk over hot coals for Baron. There's something I got from my mum. It was Christmas time. My cousin was really into Friends. The full box set of Friends was very expensive. But my mum got it for her for Christmas or birthday or something like that. Somebody, potentially dad or a brother, said, "Isn't that a bit much?" And she said, "I'd walk over hot coals for that girl." Same cousin who went to Brazil and drank some Market Sellers cold tea. Now, I had a discussion with a friend over the phone not too long ago, and I told him, "How would you feel about me telling stories about you on stream?" I got explicit permission from him. He seemed a little off about it, but I was like, "I'm not saying your name or anything. I'm just saying this guy I know or lived with, or..." But in that same phone call, he was trying to convince me that if he went on Twitter and said people should pick up a brick and smash it over the nearest person called David's head, and he was trying to convince me that's not a hate crime. Maybe he's right, but he's still wrong. He tried to convince you what now? He's one of those guys that loves to be a devil's advocate. He always asks, "Would you rathers?" What a knobhead. Anyway, we're almost done. I reckon we've got 2 more songs in us. You have interesting friends make for an interesting life, Tarkin. Holy smokes. And they're good friendships as well. We still stick together even though some of us have gone to the far corners of the world. Well, I'm pretty guilty of that. I just ditched them one day. I was like, "Right, I'm off to Sweden, bye." Okay. God, any particularly good songs we can finish on? I want to finish on Outer Limit, but what before Outer Limit? You know, I really like it, and we did it early, so I'm going to do it again. Over the max, I think it is. Over the something. Over the period. Did you ever get Funky Bros? And what? Isn't that like a lollipop? I guess that answers it, I guess so. My friends keep telling me to get a job. I did that. Fresh out of university. And this wasn't too far off that global financial crunch. The job pickings weren't great, but a friend of mine, he felt really good about his 2-1 in liberal arts. But he absolutely refused to get a mundane job. Of course, during that time, he was just crashing with me and some other friends. So I'd usually go into the living room and see him sprawled out on the sofa in his underwear, with his little job book full of applications of places he would never get. And it's hard to hold a grudge because every day I would insufferably make his life unpleasant. I'd keep saying, get a job, whilst extending my open hand to his face. And if he was lounging about, I'd go out of my way to rig up the PlayStation and play loud, awful games in front of him. Sometimes I'd just sit on him as well while doing that. And he was living there for free, he didn't pay any rent, so he didn't have a leg to stand on. I also hid lemons around his room. Well, his room, the living room that he so graciously took from us. I just keep hiding lemons everywhere. When he left, when he finally moved out, I gave him a wooden lemon to commemorate everything. And he's a real minimalist guy, but he still has that wooden lemon. Yeah, that's what good friendships are made of. Okay, final song. Outer Limits, let's go. Oh, Jesus. More sweat than man by now. The game I played so often with him in the room was Scarface, The World Is Yours. I think he hates Scarface now. Where did you find a wooden lemon? In Edinburgh's, somewhere in the Royal Mile, they often set up stalls to buy things, and there was someone selling their wood carvings and whatnot. And one of the things they had was a carved wooden lemon. And the moment I saw it, I knew I would pay whatever it takes to have it. So I gave him like £3, that's mine. Right, let's finish this. Hup. I like Outer Limits. It's fast, it's relentless, it's simple. Ha! God, my legs can barely move. Torture and destroy. Come on now. Almost there. We're done now. Holy moly, I'm done. I'm so done. D for done. Okay. Well, I will concede. I wasn't expecting my first DDR of a long time to be 4 hours and this painful, but it also feels good to know that I can. But this wasn't doubles. Doubles is much harder, and I love doubles. Maybe next time. Same but doubles, but it won't last 4 hours. No, I know how. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I don't know how long for. My eyes are closed and I don't think I want to open them right now, but I'll throw myself into the shower, spray myself down, just vegetate for a bit, and then I'll be back with some Bannerlord, because even with DDR flowing through the veins, I still want to get back to the Balaton Kingdom. Alright, cheers for joining, and until I'm back, cheerio.